Yeah, the dance music from Disco Elysium. Uh, and this is the problem though, because Ness likes music, right? But it's not doesn't sound like normal music. It's kind of the stuff that you would normally play when you're trying to torture someone and get information out of them. And she really, really enjoys that kind of music. And yet, it's like I try and show her some basic culture, and she hits back with something that sounds like someone just took a brass band and just like executed them, and then played the sound through a trumpet. I hope it's not. Well, at least your audience don't have to know that you like Will Wood, which is good. Wow, this stream's off to a great start. Congratulations, Stanley.
Player having some scuff moments. Typical, typical streaming stuff. I'm a professional streamer. Who is Willwood? Willwood.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Will you be
Willwood.
sharing the scrons with me?
Can I? So never heard of them. Well, he's a great artist. Both. He also draws a lot of art. But mainly does music, and he puts his mental illness in the songs. So you can really hear it that he's mentally ill, but it's great. I love it. One of the songs that I'm currently most obsessed with is "Kitchen Floor" by Willwood. I don't know if I can show it or play it. Probably
It is now a good time to start playing Scott Adams videos in the background so that everyone can hear them.
no. Well, let's see which language we want. We want English. Oh, we can. Yeah,
Okay,
let's
well,
just do English.
as usual, we are experiencing technical difficulties.
No, it's I'm having choice
Nessa's
difficulties.
mic is no longer working.
Oh wait, is it not? Oh yeah, for you it isn't. Yeah, quit Discord. Reopen Discord. It's because Discord never switches over my current mic when doing it. Like it switches over, but then doesn't record everything from the mic when I plug it in. So hey, am I hearable on stream? At least should be. I should be. Issues with starting Discord sessions. Excuse me, Discord. You worked fine a second ago. You can't do this to me. Discord, I will have your head for this. Thank you. That's the normal loading screen. But how are you doing today, Manslayer? No! Discord, how dare you! No, oh god. And now I smashed my coffee into my... God. Into my remote, TV remote. This is going well. This is going very, very well. Let's see, maybe if I open Discord through Google Chrome. As much as you're fine, that's good to hear. Is this a worldwide issue or just me? Killing bears, wait. I should rename myself Bear Slayer. Killing bears is SO for hides. Well, I mean, yeah. Gotta get warm and comfy. I'm assuming you're talking in game, but okay. Let's see if I can now open Discord normally. And that web works. No, okay, I still can't. Unless... No, okay, so I have to go through. I have to use Google Chrome. Oh, never mind. Discord has opened normally. Who was getting called? No, I was calling Chan Walrus, but he's ignoring me. And now he tried to call me, it didn't work out, and now I can't call him anymore. It's fucking great. Discord betrays me. Do you also have that like annoying message of like server problems, issues, and stuff? Because I got that too. Well, I managed to open it again. You've never played before? Yeah, that is true. I've never played before. Let's just continue this. I'm in call if you need me. Nope. But I have seen it being played. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I guess this is barely visible. Dragon! Grisabella, how you doing? Because Discord is being like binoculared. What do you mean binoculared? Do you mean I need to set it lower? Like this? No, what do you mean no? It's barely visible. Okay, well, I'll set it like this. I won't ignore you if you call me a binoculared. Press enter current time. It's no, it's 10 p.m. and then 3 minutes. Confirm. Note accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. This is the most important part of the character creation in Stanley Parable. Wait, am I playing as time? Oh god, this is loud.
Discord's back.
Oh, you're back! Hello! How you doing?
I'm here to annoy you.
Oh god. I'm gonna have this dude and the narrator.
You may need to share the screen so that I can see what's going on.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that you'll need to change about anything.
Alright. Maybe a little bit louder? No, that's field of view. Audio.
That's the top.
Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, let's get ready. The end is never the end. Is loading. Great sentence. Cookies and cream flavor is never a bad flavor to buy as a frappuccino from Starbucks. In the grocery store.
This is
Starbucks
the
sucks.
story of a man named Stanley.
Ah.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Oh my god, he's a streamer.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, well, yeah. I just wanna... Why is this? Oh, this is just the lights or something like that. It's just a wall, top design. Why is the green one empty? Wait, what is... Recommendations from the Oversight Committee? I can't read. I'm illiterate.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I've been locked out of my own office. How? Why?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Is this thing still on? I think this thing is... Someone left this on. Can we turn it off?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Wait, let me just read it. I like work. I just hate my boss. Smile. Okay. Ah, yes, I can crouch. That makes life easier. Sheets. These are the only sheets you will find me under.
Oh,
Wait, what is... Everyone leaves their computer on. Why?
It's got a spreadsheet on it. Everyone loves spreadsheets.
There's a calculator on it as well. And this is not good. This is just wasting energy. The electricity bill is going to be fucked. The finance department is going to be absolutely mad. Also, the fucking construction work happening as well.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, fine. Did I? I just want to check the papers again. This is a mess. Who left it out in a mess?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Hi,
Feeling
Axel.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hey Axel, how you doing? Gouden avond. Wat een gouden avond. Gouden avond. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. There's a whiteboard manager? Rip France! No! Poor France! Not efficient. Well, I mean... Home with my desk. Ah! Jump scare sound. The issue is... Right? Why we're not making money... Can you shut the fuck up, whoever making that noise? The issue is that we have several computers on and no one is here to do a damn thing about it. And what is making that oh, it's the PowerPoint presentation. I was like, what the fuck? Do we have ghosts here or something? Creepy. No. Ooh. Why am I scared? I know nothing's gonna happen.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I must lore hunt. I'm a game theorist now.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
I hate the fact that I can't jump. You can't jump? No, seriously, we disabled it.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
Get your first
if there was
achievement.
Something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Can I close the door? I can have privacy.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes, I'm
standing around doing nothing.
You're good? That's good to
Why?
hear. You're an absolute...
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
You see, I'm streaming, so I need some time to talk. Yeah, Axel, thank you so much for, like, all the...
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
I know.
I never would have thought to mention it.
Well, thank you for all the subs that you gave me. You're
Maybe
an absolute
to you, this
legend.
is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Dude, there's more that I'm a streamer. There's more things
Stanley
that my
was
friends
fat
are.
and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That is true. Facts. Good to know.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
That is so.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Yes.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Yeah, so don't make your mom play.
You've done that, just step out into the hallway.
She didn't understand basic first-person controls.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you too. Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I'm a monkey now. No, okay. I was hoping it would call me. But yeah, so thank you for all the subs that you've given me. You're like an absolute legend, Axel. I'm still in the closet because I'm waiting for the right moment to come out. Waiting for Pride Month. I'm definitely not using this moment to drink my coffee. Okay, let's go. Whoa, whoa. I didn't know I could walk by clicking the mouse. I don't have to destroy my W board for this. Okay, you know what? I'll just continue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Can't destroy the pipes. Ah. I can't pipe. I get the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a
Lovely purse.
lovely purse, thank you. The person who wrote this is, like, that looks more like a SG than a A and an Y. I'm a vampire!
That message occasionally disappears, by the way.
Oh? Creepy.
It gets replaced by other messages.
Ah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
This is definitely not ominous. Wait, what? Can I go back? Can I play the piano? I guess I'm not a musician. Stanley cannot play the piano.
He's not talented.
Isn't he like a master of pushing buttons? Oh yeah, this is me! Again, I'm trying to jump! Despite... Still a better elevator than the Talos Principle.
I do like the fact that they've got the xenomorph
Descending deeper into the
Parable
building,
Deluxe.
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
No, they
It
don't.
was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself.
I doubt
to
that.
question the nature of the job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
You're just making me scared. That's mean. I hate you.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you with a passion.
Why? Because you're afraid of a couple of sparks.
God damn it. Oh.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yes.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Aha, it's life. You can pick out turds out of the toilet. That's disgusting. Because that's what I would do. I would,
You can put them in your socks and use them to hit people you don't like.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I mean, one of my the shows that I used to watch as a kid, one of the characters always put a butter in her sock, and that's what she used to attack people with.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I can't see shit. Ah, here.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Isn't this the part that's like really hard and difficult? I do shit on purpose just to fuck with the narrator. I will do that later. Ah! God damn it. I can't believe the fact that what you said, even though I know it probably is just bullshit. I can't believe it's getting to me.
Well, the fact that there might be an alien here.
Yeah.
No, there is.
I know there isn't, but like it's fucking with me.
Man up.
Wait, why did I thank you for that
And
insult?
when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Press on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
Can I
If
still
you
do
want to
that?
throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star.
Oh, God.
It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
I still
this
can't
is much
jump.
better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Yep.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Probably to die.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Alright, Ultra
This is not a
Sony.
challenge.
Thank you for the
It's a
headpads.
tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second.
You want to know which button will free you?
From the moment
Yeah.
we fade in until the moment
I ain't gonna
say
tell you.
happily ever after.
I know you won't. Hi DJ, how you doing? I just died. So, perfect timing. There is a way, right? It's not necessarily hopeless, is it? Alright. I this time have no
All of
nerve.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, I'm just gonna
No
stay
matter
here.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I currently feel like shit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you do well better soon. Also, thank you for the compliments, Zen, Tony. I hope you're doing well. You know what? That's fucking... I don't have enough patience for this.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Be my Valentine. Also,
Valentine's Day's passed.
Also, I figured out how to survive the self-destruct, but it's stupid. I figured. I hate Mondays. Who doesn't?
Yes, don't listen to Alex when he gives you advice.
You will. And just 2 or so days ago, one of my accidentally got... Oh. That sucks. Got your Discord banned? Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's commit on a live. Did I just walk back?
Yep, you just went back the way you came.
Aha. Stanley didn't know the way in the office that he has lived for his entire life.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Why are you laughing so hard?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking back. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Ghostbusters 0707.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Let's go here. Okay, let's... So in that specific room, there is a way to kill myself.
Yeah.
Stanley
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'll do that later. Fine, let's find the way to kill myself.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Any correct that the way to survive the self-destruction is to kill yourself? Or was it? Yeah. Well, that is
the best way. The best way is to just not make it self-destruct.
To believe it couldn't be true.
Yeah, I guess it could do
Stanley
that.
really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
They have Dutch people here. You can jump off. I cannot jump off here, but...
But here was the proof.
Where
the
can
heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
The order of the buttons just don't make sense, because you've got 1 and 2 there, and then suddenly when you go around in a circle that makes sense, you have 5. Trying to find the way to commit suicide in advance, so I don't have to like search for it.
If it was possible, I would have probably been able to find it in some of the millions of playthroughs I've done.
Wait, so it's not a thing?
I think you're being messed with by someone who's as talented as I am.
Alright. I will just turn it off then. For now. I'll be a good little
And when at
Stanley.
last he found the source of the room's power... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine! Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Can I edge the narrator, thinking that I followed the story as he wanted, but then just last second, just one step away?
No.
No?
No.
It's not a thing?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Well, that was the end of the game. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream.
You have no idea.
Oh, there's a coffee stain on my paper. Wait. Partition Corp. Providing partitions for 56 years. Jeez.
I love partitions.
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Something changed there.
Yeah, it did.
Come on.
You've now changed something in a future iteration of the Stanley Parable.
Creepy.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
It is.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I can't get any of the drinks. Damn it, give me my drink, you fucking vending machine.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I hate the fact that I can't see what I'm clicking on.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
You know, the annoying part is I haven't received the message recently in chat, so...
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What kind of message? Can you leave a message in chat, game? Imagine that. A game that, like, just when you're, like, if you're streaming on Twitch, suddenly get a message in your chat saying, like, hey, progress the game. Thank you. Said by Stanley Parable. Keep dry. Probably some paper.
Ooh, there's a door at the far end of the corridor.
Uh-huh. Wait, shouldn't I go back to the... I shouldn't. Apparently.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I know, right? You're gonna get card for that. I forgot this is in Minecraft. I can't just switch click. Alright.
Just a bit more.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... Really?
God damn it.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I was on the railing. I should have just jumped off the railing further into the thing. Maybe I could have survived that jump onto the truck. I'll try that next run. Try one. I haven't tried that door, so you know, gotta try it all.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm sorry, I have color blindness, but I mean...
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I mean, this is the right one, right?
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me
I love
stop
Brood,
you.
though. I'm not colorblind, by the way. I was just trying to point out that the narrator is not very inclusive.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do not think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
You should trust them.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really. Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh god. Stanley Parable, World Leaderboard. Good old Neil. Damn. Skid. Gotcha. Voda. Goldenrod. Did you know that 21 players skipped the intro sequence? Only the worst 3% chose the blue door. How long does it take you to get through the garage door complete against others? Improve your Stanley career. Total. Limited steps taken. Endings received. Awards won. I am below a dead red. I know. Dead red is objectively ranked. 27. I'm the lower. I haven't been playing for like 7 hours yet.
Orange doll.
Yeah, I just want to quickly see if I can recognize any of the names. Nah. Oh, Mussolini.
It's not actually using.
Well, I mean,
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm not quite the
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
God damn it. We
In
both
this
know
game,
what it was
the
called.
baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Are you guys entertained yet? This is premium! I won't be able to hold this for long because I haven't peed in advance. I do have a glass
Now
bottle.
a good time to talk about the Niagara Falls.
Yeah, I can't hear you over the baby screaming. You need to shout at me.
It's raining outside.
Oh, you're trying to get me to pee. Joke's on you, I have a bottle. Downside is I don't have a penis, so I can't aim.
Just pee on the floor. I love the sound of the button.
We could get a real beat going.
I wonder how entertained the audience is. The question is how long can you keep this up?
I'm not going to keep this up 4 hours. Not now. I might do it in the next stream if enough people want it.
Then let the baby go. Otherwise, you're just going to be there repeatedly. Oh no, don't let it go into the fire!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Oh, I
Because
was
if
getting
it's the
cramps.
latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Yes.
Let's see. What do we
Actually, I
have
have cramps, so...
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Also, for the ones who don't know, the person that I'm with at the moment has done that baby game for 4 hours.
8 hours.
8 hours, I mean. Wait, it's 8 hours? Oh
No,
yeah.
I've done it twice.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna do it again.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
It's that
Well,
fire
it seems
tower
obvious
game.
to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of
God.
twisted erotic purpose.
That sounds. Now I want to play
That
this
must be
game.
it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Who fire watches the fire watch? Who fire watches? Oh, I actually... Now I want to play this game, now that I know that this game is mentioned, that game. Okay, who are we spying on for erotic purposes? Ah, I'm supposed to go the other way. Because jumping is still not a thing.
There's a good reason for it.
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
I love the narrator so much.
I think this will
I wonder
be
what
just
game.
the thing.
Oh, Rocket League!
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
Yes.
if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Where's the ball?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We
Yes,
shall run the bases
wait.
and do a touchdown together. Yes,
I wanna be
think
the-
surely we must.
I wanna be
okay,
Team Blue.
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Let's go! No, wait. I need to get it into the... It's going the wrong way! Oh, I'm actually
Are
faster.
you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
I'm
Is
a
it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yes,
Stanley,
let's
I
go!
have a thought, and I
No,
realize I'm
wait.
not a sportsologist,
Let me-
but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports
Let's
experience.
go.
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Yes.
Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel
Oh,
amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply
Let's go.
have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Alright,
More
this...
balls!
Let's go! Genuinely enjoying this. Alright, let's go. No, roll away. Okay,
Are
well,
you enjoying this, Stanley?
yes.
Are you having fun? Is
Yes.
this a real video game?
Yes.
Well, I
Ah,
sure hope
fuck.
you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No!
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Can I have the ball back?
No.
No. Also, not gonna lie, the narrator is giving off daddy vibes. Or like Dom vibes. It's like, you get to have fun when I decide you get to have fun. Time to slam Sleepy. I could use that actually. Let's raise.
Do you want a quick hint?
No, I'll figure it out my own.
Oh, okay.
I'll
be here forever.
I have more faith in me. Okay, well, it's not there.
There's only one way out.
Hold on. What are you doing?
I scored a goal.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Hello? Okay, you know, as much as I hate you, I think we did have some chemistry going on, so I do kind of miss you now, narrator. I feel scared, alone, lost.
Don't worry, Stanley. I'm sure you'll pick him up somewhere.
Yeah. There's cocaine on the ground. This is not a safe environment for a scared little dragon to be in.
Don't worry. Those are just developer textures.
Maybe I should have started with the beginner's guide. That jump scared me.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Well,
They Commodore
All of his
435
co-workers were
times.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley, oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I mean, I will say, I forgot what I wanted to say.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I just want to say, I got an achievement for getting an achievement. So, I mean, honestly, for you to want to... Where is door number 17?
It's in the next room.
Yeah, okay.
Or is it the next room?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay, sure. There you go.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Yes, Daddy. I will. There we go.
Now, back to door number 437.
I walked past it, didn't I? Ah, there we are.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
This is a great achievement.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I can't jump.
Try spamming the crouch button as you do it.
God damn it.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
I swear if you're going to make me climb another desk after this.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Jeez, are you okay? Are you having an orgasm? Is this too much excitement for the narrator? He's watching me do pointless things.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
Click
Oh,
on the...
wow. That's very amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Again, I would like to say that one of my achievements is literally for receiving an achievement that I got by walking into a closet. I got 2 achievements for walking into a closet. I feel like 5 clicks is a little bit more than walking into a closet. Alright. Oh.
A very specific closet.
Yeah, okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Can we do the door clicking game again?
Nope. It's the only time you're able to do the achievement. You won't be able to do it ever again.
No.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
There's valuable information on those slides, by the way.
Using slides to assure employees that are everything okay. Make sure your slides a sleek blue graphic in the header. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Ah, thank you. Monetize free to play. Charts, slides, charts and slides. Rate at which chart on the same slide depicts the same information. Rate of increased graphs per side. Please don't charge I'm begging, stop. Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out the triple something. Solving interpersonal conflicts. If you ever find yourself in a conflict, find another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're... What are your future dreams? Dog radio charts, a boat, less air, clear skin, spring break, hope, comatose, travel, metamorphosis, tips for not getting fired, talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time of every day with no exceptions, expectations of promotion or recognition, don't get fired, life hacks, how to solve workers, let it ball inside you, take out passive aggressive on other coworkers, present coworkers from... God damn it, it's too fast! Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bin trash cans. Remaining of ideas. $30 firing of me. Ideas bin. Space between the teenagers. A lot of percentage. Teenagers. Size of demographic. Bike quarterly post review. We need less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenager big demographic. Big net. Some sort of child trap. Jeez, that sounds like a horrible idea.
I love these.
Group. Cable planning. Monday. Weekly target admin. Marketing Monday. Oh, that's a nice... Group 40 times, group 45 times. This box is too small. Do not enter without consulting. Do not enter with... Is there like a pen or something? I can't pick up the pen. That would have been amazing. Please keep the targets on the topic of vague. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda, reflect. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. IT depth. Termination Tuesday. Opposite. Legal? Question mark? Group 41. We're broke Wednesday. I know that day. I celebrate it every week. Financial panic meeting. Boss inspection. 8bird. Mergers. This development. pre-review of weekly review. Weekly review. Pranking floor meetings. What to do about 432. Don't tell 432 about meeting. Am I 432?
No, you're 47.
Ah, okay. Thank God. Well, because I don't feel like I was informed either. 44, 49, office party. 100 times. Rip France. Shift global market per monetize free to play.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hi Lonnie, I wrote this first period and left it on your locker. Left it on your locker on the way to the second. It's what all the cool kids are doing. I've decided. Write me back. Also, here's an idea for something to draw 2 cats on a motorcycle. Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids actually doing is sending each other pages in their beepers, but we're cooler than them because guess what? They can't put this. Am a keeper. Hey Captain Mimero, how you doing? How is life? Currently reading pointless letters. First period and left.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. Yes. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Yeah, we're both here now. Also,
this is
Captain D. Mara, we should definitely play together Sea of Thieves sometime, if you're up for it.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe
Edition. For an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
That's the same car, by the way.
She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
You basically play the game over and over again and, you know, try to see how you can mess with the
Stanley
voices.
had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
It's different this time?
It's always different.
Where's my computer with the...
And the phones. Always worth trying the phones.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
I thought you
Click
said
a
I could
door
only
5
do it
times.
once.
Is that all that you think an achievement
guess
is
my
worth?
one just
no,
bugged
no,
out.
No. I can't just give these merits away.
Should
for
I
such
try
little
it
effort.
again?
A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Wonder if you can make prank calls. I wonder that too. But I can't use the phones, like clicking on it. Or clicking in the general area because I can't see where I click.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to
You've
be
already
a
got
true
the
reward
achievement.
for valiant effort.
Yeah,
I want
but
to see
maybe-
some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, fine, I'll ignore it. I was thinking maybe I recognized it. Or maybe it's gonna call me up for giving up. Where's
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
So when are you streaming Shining Force tomorrow? Because I have to leave and I probably won't be back till 4. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. There's hidden chests and they're a pain in the ass to find if you don't know where they are. I don't know out of the top of my head, but I can check quickly. I have it on in my schedules. The 20, like 20 my time, so that's 7 p.m. UTC and 1 p.m. Mountain Time. That are really, okay, wait. Oh, the chest. Well, there's also hidden characters too that are really good. That's good to know. I will make sure not to miss anything. Checking every corner before I move on.
Wow. Yes, this room. What a but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I want to try getting onto the truck.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
jump.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
There's something is
Why
telling.
not stay on until the end of the ride?
I could do that. But also... penalty for misuse cargo lift. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift. Do not jump off the cargo lift while it's in motion. It will cause death. There's also like all these other things where it's like, I want to know if there's an actual... Wait, so we know we can climb by... Oh, this is
Stanley
scary.
had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to make you sad. I wanted to make you frustrated. Different things. Well, have you ever been in there before?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh my god, the computer.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Also, whilst I haven't played Stanley Parable, I have watched you play it.
Yeah.
And the games were different in the regular one. I mean, there's got to be more differences than just that, right? Have you...
Oh, you're still stuck in the basic game. You haven't even got to the new game yet.
Wait, but the games were different.
No, they weren't. You're just playing differently.
Oh? How do I get the Minecraft? I want to play Minecraft.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about? Eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It is tempting, but no.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Again?
Well, if I go in down there, maybe the death, like the height will be lowered, and then I won't die. You know?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I guess I will die. Well, worth a try, right?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, He couldn't. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
How the mighty have fallen. Oof. Some people have fallen and died. That sounds relatable. Oh, hello, Pro David. How you doing? Sorry I didn't see you. I got a little bit distracted.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
How much has been played already?
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the
Several
first time
rounds.
understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
16% of it's been played so far.
How do you know?
What's the
Stanley
point
was so
in me
bad
being
at
an
following
amazing boyfriend?
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Don't lie. If you're lying right now, stop.
See, the game knew I was lying.
Stop being disappointed at me for trying
Look,
every
Stanley,
little...
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I have been in to defend. That's the one
This
thing I
is it,
do know.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's
Oh,
been
God.
waiting.
Who? Getting some disco deja vu. Oh, the cigarettes. Several?
That's her, Stanley.
60%.
You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I can.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh,
I-
come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
I had
They wanna
hope.
commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point
Ow.
here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
See, Alex, this is why I'm forcing you to date me. This is why it's not a choice, because apparently no one will love me by choice.
Yeah, we can see why.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh, my death! Press I. I can't see what button
Stanley
I
is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
You're not drunk enough. T.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
P.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures.
This is...
From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Naughty.
And so he
almost
began
pressed
to
the wrong...
fantasize about his own job.
I pressed the wrong
First, he
button
imagined
almost.
that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Thanks.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
R.
As he wandered through this
Prefer
fantasy
to-
world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Oh, God.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I want to push it.
Do it. Push the button.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
You sound a lot like the narrator sometimes when we're in private.
Do
I
I?
suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Was that a compliment or an insult? I don't know. Wait, you mean me calling my boyfriend the narrator? Well, it's like always whenever I do something, he's like, you know, it should have been obvious that you shouldn't have done that, or like, oh, it should have been obvious that you should have done this instead. Like, I've tried to warn you about it so many times, and I'm like, no, it's not the same. And you're like, yes, no, it is, and all that stuff.
Close the door.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
So this game is
In
perfect
here
practice,
I can be
yes.
happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Yeah, this.
Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
I think this game is a perfect representation of our relationship.
This game is a perfect representation of every game that you'll ever play.
I don't know, I'm trying to pick up the phone. Or maybe a different phone?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Maybe I do have a... Maybe not a real wife, but a work wife. That counts, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a work husband or wife. I have a work dad's. They like smoke and then tell me I'm not allowed to smoke. New content! Oh, don't mind if I do.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I can't close this door.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Okay.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay.
It's
Okay, so far it's
for
an
this.
elephant. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah, this sounds awesome.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay.
I'm
Let's
predicting
see the
it's gonna be
content. Give me the
disappointment.
content, Stanley.
It's a scam, I know it. Well, one way to find out. So far, I'm hyped. That rhymed with... The new content, it's a jump
Alright.
circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump!
How amazing is this?
I can jump! I can do tricks. I'm out of jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Can I reset?
No.
I wanna. No! My jumps! See, I knew it. No, lol. Ah, maybe this elevator will.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say,
The best
initial
content you've
impressions
ever
of this
seen,
game are
indeed.
not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
To
If
be
this
honest-
is new content, then I could just
Indeed.
read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew
It's
there
every
had to be
DLC,
something
man.
else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Mrs. Stanley. This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
This game
What
is
do you
like
say, friend?
this game is like every game you'll ever play. Yeah, that's what the Jump Movers also always tells me.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay, fine. What is it?
He's trying to help you.
Coffee nut. Nice. No frills, no gimmicks, no jumps. Yeah. I mean, not gonna lie, after not having been able to jump for so long, that was genuinely satisfying. I'm probably the only person who's...
No, I was ecstatic. Also,
okay.
Star Control Origins could learn from this because their DLCs suck. Initial game, amazing, like 10 out of 10, but DLC's like 1 out of
Okay,
10.
you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
I
Oh.
love the narrator so much.
Wow, you really outdone yourself here.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Loving memory.
You see,
the
Stanley, doesn't the
Parable.
Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when
Well,
the game
gotta
originally
go
launched?
eat. I'll
Back
be
then,
back.
video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The Stanley Parable Collector's Edition. Indie Box Collectors Galactic Cafe. Independent Games Festival Audience Award. were the two Stanley Parable.
Yeah, but
Last
it's
of
stuck
Us.
on with a piece of cheap tape.
Yeah, but what's underneath it?
Someone's name's changed.
Last of Us?
Yeah.
The British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Good times. Cape. Let's begin again. 2013. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Stanley Parable by the narrator 2013. Mind control. I remember in Memory Zone Temp. The original remake, Stanley Parable, Eclectic Cafe. I'm still on Firefox. Ooh. Pictures of the door hidden behind the thing. 1951. Wait, what? Smile because it happened. Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Oh, a tiny thing. A trip down memory lane. Stanley Parable. Bits of music. Aha! $1. With no context on why.
That's usually the first dollar that you make on selling a product.
Go inside, don't play for 5 years. Or go outside.
That's achievement.
Unachievable, the impossible to get this achievement. Stanley Parable Game Innovation. British Games Awards. Wait, this is a British game?
Probably. Couldn't you tell by the Britishness of the narrator?
I mean, honestly, that could have been everything, because everyone wants a British narrator for their game. If I ever become a video game, or someone's going to make a video game about me. Aww, little Stanley.
That's a real hamster, by the way.
I can't sit on the chair, the bench. Run a piano.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Melger says, did it invade a new area looking for spicy content? Sounds British to me.
True.
Fantastic. I will say though, if anyone ever makes a game about me, I want to be voiced by a British voice actress. If they don't want me to voice myself. Person of the Year.
Stanley.
Original remake. Memory Zone Maintenance. Fire. Thought I could set fire to the place. For Scott K. The doors! I remember those! I don't... And numbers 29.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Source. Beatable car architectures. Ready for your game project. 6 royalty-free designs. Awesome. What's the wrong way first in video games?
It was the review that you got read.
Yeah. No, but this one is a 9. No, the other one was a 10 out of 10. Right?
This one was a 9 out of 10.
Oh, hey, a door has opened. Oh no, it's blocked by boxes though.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be honest, I never played the original, so, you know.
You have. Because that's the first part of playing the game. You're just getting into the new content now.
Yeah, okay, technically I have, but, you know.
Even the old textures were the same.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's still new for me. It's not nostalgia. I'm not feeling the nostalgia.
You've been playing this game for 25 years.
Oh god. 25?
Mm.
This game isn't even 25 years. And even if you're referring to my life, it hasn't been 25 years. Serious Room 2013. Hello, Ultras and Tony.
Maybe you're missing something.
Are you... I feel like I'm being licked. Maybe I can go back to the fire. Oh, the
Wait.
door is opened.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Steam reviews?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh god,
Surely
no.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
How you doing, Ultras and Tony? I could use the support since I'm scared. Going to read reviews. Honestly, I could not be bothered to...
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
It didn't even allow me to read the rest of the review. Damn.
Let him be angry. He's worked hard on this game.
Oh no, you've become British.
I already was British.
Uh-huh, but you're letting it show again. This is, by the way, like, fucking pink sign. I can't read this. Not recommended.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Well, to be
You can
honest.
tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Well, I mean, to be honest. You know. Sometimes you can go on a little bit too long. No
Really?
hate.
This one got to say. You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me
Never
rambling
mentioned a
on
skip
and
button
on
for
and
the
on.
boyfriend?
No.
Oh, that
The
would be
Stanley
so
Parable
nice.
is a game for the people, and if the people want silence,
stop letting
then
me
by
break up
goodness,
with you.
that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah.
Is he repeating himself now?
We've
Yes,
eaten too
he
much
is
and it can't be
repeating
just yet.
himself.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
No.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak
That's
with.
depressing.
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right?
Yes.
Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think...
Ah, it's dark. I can't.
Oh,
And there's the
hello,
button.
it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me
God.
describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time.
Your eyes had to adjust because the
Days,
lamps burned
months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the...
out. Oh my god, did he die?
Yeah, all the leaves have gone from the tree as well.
Oh, that's. Hello? Oh, now I feel bad. I'm gonna skip.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was
Oh,
meant
God.
to speak to the human condition.
He's
But where
still
are the
fucking
jokes? Where are the
rambling.
jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability.
I love this part of the game so much.
Have you played the deluxe version?
Yeah.
Nice.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Oh my God, he's
is never the
descending
end,
into
is
madness.
never the end, is never the end,
Yes.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
This place is gonna-
never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Is this place going to fill up with water soon?
No.
Well, because water keeps dripping. And it's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end. It's never the end. Holy shit. Bruh. Guess we just gotta wait for this room to decompose. Oh hey, there's light. I don't think I can get out of here. Anyway.
Soothing light texture.
What?
It's a soothing light texture.
Yeah. Oh, this is pretty. Not gonna lie. I like
I did say I said to Manslayer that you did get to sit there watching plants grow. So if he's still watching it, which I probably doubt at this point.
He is currently at the eating dinner.
Well, he is like literally missed the most important part of the game.
What?
I
No,
hope he's satisfied. I'm very disappointed in Manslayer, the narrator said.
He'll be back. Oh no, the plants! They've died! Oh, and it's scary. Holy shit.
You might want to skip through the scariness.
It's even scarier.
Sometimes you just got to give things a bit of time.
Oh. Everything's tilted.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to tilt more, isn't it? Oh, wait, there's an exit.
Lol.
God. We got to Arcus. Can I press the button again, or is it like completely broken now?
I believe it's completely broken, and the only way you can deal with this is just to go forwards into the desert. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is it me, or why do I feel like it's tilted?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I still need to find the yellow line, by the way. Still haven't done that.
Oh, you will?
New content.
Oh, good. You
Yeah,
noticed
they
my
have
sign.
they've
Yes,
added new
I have
content.
something very exciting to show you.
Okay. I guess it's... You skipped it now. It all now, yeah. You skipped through the entire game. Speedrun style. Speedrun Stanley Parable.
It can be sped run.
Yeah.
Have faith and trust. You fool!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Did you know that closing the door is the fastest ending you can get because he just talks for so long?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2, Dux. Ja, 2, 2. I'm
They're
glad.
such great posters.
Yeah, I'm glad they added they added 2. Let's go. Finally, the Duchess.
Such a weird language.
Calling it the Stanley Parable
fuck you.
2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Yeah, because you. They're back 2 doors. Stanley Parable 2. 2 mascot. Oh, different 2s in different fonts. New Times Roman, Road Geek Transport Heavy, Rock Pop Half Italic, Orbiton, Cool Sci-Fi question mark? League Gothic.
Yeah, Orbitron's good.
Sooty for the casual enjoyer. Shackleton, keep on talking.
Impact would be nice as well.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love Impact?
What's the new hotness? Boring sections of the chart. Cool red sections of the chart. I love it. Guest and dev team. Narrator. Strange. Can't. Damn it. Oh my god. I finally have a face to put to the name, which is literally computer screen. I can finally make Daddy
Now, to be
fan
clear,
art.
I
Not
haven't
safe for
quite
work fan
nailed
art.
down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Have you read The Coke Can Machine?
The Coke Can Machine. Taste the sequel. New and tasty. Saw the Investor Showcase. Crap, the ultimate sequel. Oh! What the fuck was that?
What?
Old man sounds.
That's me breathing.
Disney Princess anytime 22222. Valued investors, this ways to the show floor. New features, new content. Just, yeah, sure. Just drive an entire bus into the thing. Okay. Expo Hall 2. I mean, I will say, this is an amazing...
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Exclusive, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game? Heck yes.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath.
Okay.
Clear your mind.
I was ready already.
Forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim.
That's perfect.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yes.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Can't believe my girlfriend left me for playing all of those video games. Yeah. But you know, maybe this game will be worth it.
Jim.
Oh my god! Amazing! The game
You
knows
see?
who I am.
What
How
a
is that?
thrill! What a rush!
It's
That was
fucking
you!
psychic!
The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Oh my god!
It hits even harder the second time.
I feel
If
so
this
honored.
were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Dad would
Let's
love
take
that.
a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal value. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
But I am Jim.
My dad's name was actually Jim, and he would love this. I hate to say this, but you've pressed that button more times than the baby game.
But the thing about this button, right? It's like if you press it long enough, often enough, it will start to sound like jam.
Jam, 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 jam.
See? And before you know it, it will be Jean, and then we'll have Jean play this game.
Oh god.
Hey, you don't even know which Jean I'm talking about.
I don't need to know.
You know what this game could really use, honestly? A sprint feature. I'm just
There's a
saying.
reason it doesn't have a sprint feature. That is because you're already sprinting.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You heard Jim in the game. Except the button that says Jim. The reassurance bucket. Oh my god, it's like a companion cube, yes.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
It's great.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I take the bucket with me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I don't know. I mean, I am not attached to this bucket as well as I am in my to my water bucket in Minecraft. My water bucket has saved me many times. This bucket, not yet, but maybe it will grow on me.
You have no idea how awesome this bucket is, mate.
Is it more awesome than a Minecraft bucket? Can it save my life?
Honestly, this bucket changes everything.
Hey, what if it can save my life? What? Oh, wait, the baby is all grown up? Well, that's only because of...
in the background.
Yeah. Now you have to save. Honest.
Save the baby from bankruptcy. That's such a funny image. I mean, the baby game is funny anyway, but you know.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
This one adds more color.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
I picked the other button. I picked the other button, and for the rest of my game, the balloon is the balloons are the balloons I don't want. The game remembers, man. It loves us.
I mean, I can relate to that though. You know, I'm literally the same. I'm about to ask my friend their opinion because I'm stuck on the decision, and then as soon as they give their opinion, I'm like,
maybe I should have gone with no. I've made my decision. We're moving on.
do I
Come
have a chance
now,
to change?
you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
I can't believe I had the other button and it was exactly the same. The game just doesn't want to give us what we want. Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay, I had hope there for a second.
Darling, look.
3 new easy achievements.
Well, why don't you go and get them new easy achievement?
Okay, fine.
It's easy to get.
Free achievement. Get yours right now. Just pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, just works. Go get yours now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in a sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Nice try.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Behind you. Collectibles.
Yeah, first one.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Merch? I want to go to the merch first.
Okay.
Sorry. Which way is the merch? I don't know. Was it this way?
Why would I tell you?
I don't know.
You have something really cool.
There's a hole in here. The rim. surrounding him for infinite depth. Whole chart, more whole, infinity, falling. Educational use only. Oh my god, I really put some science into this.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right, infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Brian.
Yeah, but
Yeah, trust me, it's fun. Just have faith in it.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Don't do it.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
I mean, my keyboard is...
Do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I'm doubting you. This is not an endless hole, is it?
He's lying to us.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we... I'm not allowed to sing.
Yeah, sure.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just
I
the
hope
two...
I'll die.
Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and
I'm glad I can't fly.
Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. That sounds like a great idea.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Me too. I've been looking
Trust
for...
me, you should check out the collectibles, man. They'll change your entire universe.
Does it really matter in which orders I take these?
Well, otherwise you won't get any of them. Well, you'll get one or two of them, but...
Is this the collectibles?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's such a cool exhibit.
Oh wow. You're right, damn.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
This is so disorienting.
Oh my god. I love them so much. You got your first figurine.
Hooray!
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Doesn't want to... Even if you don't give me a reward, I still want to collect them all. Oh, that emerged. Oh, it's just a booth.
Yeah, of course it's just a booth.
Well, let me try something. Where's my fucking phone? I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my phone. You're gonna run an ad and also grab something to drink.
This is... Okay, so I'm meant to be the one who's entertaining you, but I'm far too drunk for any of that. Watching Ness just staring into space relentlessly drives me crazy. Ah, hi, Pro David. Yes, we've already achieved this wonderful achievement. Sorry I missed that. I'm not really the narrator, by the way. He doesn't get drunk. I'm just very British. Alright. Did you know there are numerous ways of taking over the universe? I keep trying, it just doesn't work. Hmm. Right, doing what to the universe? I don't know what I'm doing with the universe, my friend. All I know is that I have watermelon spritz. It is a cheap, I think, Japanese alcohol. It is melon flavor, and it's not very melony. But it does have 8% vol, which is not necessarily good for me. So, Malgor, it's been a while. I hope you've been doing very well.
I'm back and I got myself some sushi to snack on.
Yes, it just takes you to a website for the Stanley Parable 2, which is exactly what it would do.
Oh, you haven't... Have you done it?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a good website?
No. You can find it on Google if you look up the Stanley Parable 2. It's the same website. I've already done it for you so that you can check it later.
All right.
Just so I don't die of old age.
It's not like you have to wait too long for that anyway.
No. Interesting. By the way, once you've finished with the exhibit, there's a final way out when you've seen everything, which you have.
Oh, that's a balloon thing.
Continue on. Go to the exit. She goes in the opposite direction. This is typical.
No, this is the... We haven't gone upstairs yet. No.
Inessa doesn't trust Alex. This is typical of the human female.
No, but I saw this door and there was, let me explore things. Okay.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I'm glad you found the epilogue.
Yeah, totally worth it, right?
Mm.
Are you not impressed?
No wonder I'm going to die of alcohol poisoning.
Are you not impressed? Oh, the narrator probably put a lot of effort in that epilogue, and you're not even willing to respect it.
Have I ever respected anything in my miserable life?
Good point.
God, I suck. I'm too British for life.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, wait, a suitcase. Cool posters.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, God, yes.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Okay.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Welcome to the new game.
Okay.
Go for it. Give it a try. Oh my God, I love it so much. You've finally done it. You finally got to the part 2. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Yep, just give me a second. Take another sip. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
To be honest, I'm glad I didn't go with the blue one. A bucket!
Go and pick it up! Pick it up!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes!
Oh, there's now a line here, a fence.
It's going to begin soon, man.
Some more balloons.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
What?
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I saw Bucket. I picked up Bucket. And Bucket is now friend.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, Broom Closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Adios. My bucket.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
I'm just waiting until I get to kick the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Collectible!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
You get the feeling when he's for stealing. There's something purse. You know, I once had an emotional attachment to a balloon. But then the balloon deflated eventually. What?
I had an emotional attachment to a balloon as well. I got it out at a park in London, and as time went on, we brought the balloon home. It was a parrot balloon, and it had helium in it. And I remember that the window opened, and the parrot just went out into the night. I may have been involved in this interaction. I can't quite remember because I'm drunk. But the parrot just drifted away into infinity.
Oof. I mean, for me, the blue balloon just eventually deflated. It was good.
You see, you had to watch it die. I like to think my parrot was still out there.
I mean, I called my blue balloon Blueberry, and then I made fan art of my balloon as a dragon. And that's the thing that you now see every time there's a new follower.
Mm-hmm.
You get this like little flying
Stepping
dragon.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
But I do want to say, like, I don't know if it's currently still that same GIF that I made, like the little animation.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Yeah.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
And so, yeah, I don't know if I ever found that animated...
2845.
And, so yeah. I don't know if it's still that dragon. If not, I will remake it, but... Because I think I lost the file now. so I'm not sure if it's still that or not.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in.
Oh.
And the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I guess I was too late.
That's what happens when you just like continue to go off on random tangents. The narrative's on my side. Oh no!
Yes, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
You got a Stanlerine.
Yay! I feel like there are better names out there.
Oh, there are, don't worry.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
You know, Final Fantasy VIII is a good game. I just hate the junction system.
I'm gonna. Wait, what? Who the hell said that? Who the hell said that? I will kill you, man. Like, manslayer. I swear to God. You know what? You're staying as Potion, man. You're staying. You do not deserve Glenn. Glenn is the junction system. You junction the green to Glenn, and Glenn gets powerful.
And Stanley nearly dropped.
You can be Potion.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Oh, I'm so drunk.
Bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley held it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It will be fine, Bucket. I love you. I'm holding you, so nothing can go wrong.
Oh no.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I trust the bucket.
But here was the
completely.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah, let's take down the system, Bucket, you and me. Stanley and Bucket. Stanley and Bucket for 100 years.
Stanley and the bucket waited in
Rick and
blackness.
Morty comments. Oh no, Rick and Morty comment 10,000 times.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned.
Oh, we should
but
try
it was
that.
one they'd live together.
No, please,
with
God,
one
no.
another to
We
lean
can do it
on,
with the
to
Greasy
trust, to
Strangler.
support.
Oh god.
What?
No?
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped?
No!
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of
I'm
the
gonna
bucket.
throw the bucket.
Needed
No!
the soothing warmth of the bucket. Would go to anything
Bucket, be
else,
free.
not part with the bucket. No,
Bucket
no.
be trapped.
Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
No.
Because I'm about to collapse, because I'm now incredibly drunk, can I control you for the last part?
Fine.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go forwards into the world. Keep
Just
going.
a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Wait, can I press this computer?
No matter how hard
Yeah.
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, further?
Yeah, keep going. And make sure to pick up the bucket. Very important.
Stanley
need
lifted
this.
the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
What's next?
We want to go through the door on the right. That's the first choice. Keep going.
Okay.
Going. The right here.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
We need to continue down the corridor and we need to take the left
Okay.
while we've got the chance.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left
Left?
to go back to the meeting room.
Yes.
And so the two
And
of
we
them
want to take a
detoured
left
through the maintenance
into
section
the...
and
Wait,
walked
wait,
straight
wait.
ahead to the opposite
Press the
door.
button. Push the button and go down.
Eerst step in and then push the button, right?
Yes. You deserve this.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found
Oh,
your
God.
way here.
That
I
makes me
knew
scared.
you'd find this place eventually.
What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've
What?
come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Honestly, this is my first adventure line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I want you to get it.
What?
I wanted you to get it. That is why I took you here.
No. Should I fall?
Follow the line. Yes. Excellent. We're following the line. Oh shit! The room's spinning so much.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all
God
about.
damn it, I missed
Don't
the
you
music.
remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What? Don't tell me. No.
Oh yeah. Follow the yellow brick road.
I'm like already crying, preparing for what it is. Oh god.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No!
That's why I'm very
You're
proud
gonna
to
love
introduce
this
a
so
brand new
much.
character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I'm crying!
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer
Don't
does?
cry. Your
Surely you don't need
bucket's
me
safe.
to spell it out for you.
I'm genuinely crying!
Go ahead now, Stanley.
No!
Say goodbye to the bucket.
Ow!
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
And I've got like the spicy tears that burn my
You're gonna
eyes.
love this. Try putting it
Now
in.
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying
looking to you.
buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh god, this is beautiful.
Bucket Destroyer will be destroyed.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I think that's a THX reference from that crappy film George Lucas made.
Yeah.
Magnificent.
I meant to say I knew it, lol. Ooh, final input. What? To heaven. Heaven is too loud, fun fact.
Oh, this isn't heaven. This is genius. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Wait, are they singing push buttons?
Yeah.
Wait, oh, the buttons are unpushing. I thought I could push them all.
Yeah, this isn't heaven. This is hell. It's actually impossible to push them all, even with a script. You ought to know how to get out. Or shall I just leave you like this and just come back to check later and see how long it takes you to figure it out? Alright, good night, dear. I'm gonna leave you with madness.
Wait,
There's only one way out of this, and it has nothing to do with the buttons on the screen or anything that's going on around you.
What is the escape button? Ah!
Yeah, and it's begin the game again.
Yeah, is that the only one?
Yes. Don't worry, it remembers that you've done that. See? It's waiting for you.
Shall I do it again?
If you want to go back there, but I'm going to bed. Good night, dear.
Good night.
And good night, everybody else. Sorry I ruined the stream. Bye.
Bye. Good night. Okay, so it's just more of this.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
What?
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I need my bucket for this.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Wait, what does that say? Oh, I can't read it. Wow. So, I think we're going to sit here for a while until the narrator interrupts me
Truly,
inevitably.
being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps
I told
this
you I'm
was
good at
where the
joking.
bucket felt most true. But finally,
Oh,
the
sorry,
bucket was
fuck it.
done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
What if I did the... Oh, they made it easier! Oh, there's a new path! Oh, they didn't make it easier. I called, like... Oh, wait. Yeah, I can... They did.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
All right. Let's go into the vent, I guess. See that ending with the bucket.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Holy fuck. I guess bucket prostitution isn't a safe option.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's different, isn't it?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. No more bucket. Red blue. Oh. Wait. Where did I put my phone again? This seems very important. Okay. What's your status? Stairs. Something to do with stairs. It's like 427. 5 there be. Just take from me. Gotta collect them all. I want some so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of the wall required. Stop kidding yourselves. Lies. Who are you? 6 6s. Lol. Places to search. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Is this on your game? There must be a point to this. Alright. Whoa! Trust the completionist instinct. Oh god. EF files confident. Okay, good luck. Any harder? Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. Managed to pick up on something. Wouldn't you like to know? Alright. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
I just
Very
need one
soon,
more.
You'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arm. Are you crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, ranting and raving about his razor, describing all of his actions, how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion, and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, she had to understand this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on.
Is it better?
Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
What? That's impressive. Backflipping your way to work? I should try. I can't do that.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Why are the windows making this noise?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So we're both red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
Yes.
the bucket guiding him?
It's the bucket.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Did I went wrong? I think I did. I was looking for that one side path that I haven't walked into yet. Oh no, never mind. I didn't go wrong.
Walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
That's fine. Oh god, that looks ominous. We'll die together. It will be our form of art.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
How is the bucket the only one that died? What? No! You're stunning. At the brink of knowledge, much like the bucket itself, human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibition in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched, and substantiated knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out into the world? Will you accept it with an open mind? What may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself, your loved ones, as a result of this exhibit, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in an ignorance of darkness? Well, let's see. I might actually buy a bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I wish I bought some euphoria ice cream. That would have been great to have right now. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death for just attempting it. I'm gonna attempt it. I don't mind death. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in a medieval area was so powerful, luring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, yet in spite of it all, simple fact remains, no one can control the bucket. Stress bucket in analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Coping strategy holes. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Stress, level of water in the bucket. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Presented without commentary. While we know that the bucket predated the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. This is...
No man can own a bucket. And certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However, clear our gasp of the bucket. Maybe there's yet more that is always out of reach. This distance is inevitably is for our own good. Damn. My bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Should I do it or should I continue the game? I resumed the game. I should have exited out of it. Oh god. Everything is so different now.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's try that again, but this time, like, resetting. Oh yeah, I forgot that. I'll do that later.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh yeah, quickly checking.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Okay. Sure. Well, let's do that then.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley. After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
Okay, well, that was precious time wasted.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
69, 69. Yeah, I tried that.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Should I? Yeah, so that's 60. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we all know why.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Don't tell me the bucket is disappointed in me.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
We gotta try it at least once again.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
This game truly is a representation of my love life.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We're going this again. Next time we have to do the wrong door.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Been here, done that.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of...
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Yeah, hilarious.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, I didn't. See?
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Right? Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Alright, let's go.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
God damn it.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
But it's still it's just a 3D printed bucket. It's still a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Yay, I got one right.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct.
2 right.
This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
Okay, this is genuinely a hard one. No?
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
I was right to be suspicious.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
How is it both?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No, don't do that.
Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
It was a...
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Because technically it's not like a shape or something. And it's not
I
like...
can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meet? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Right, let's see
This
this.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press X to take me to work with you. Alright.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press J to take me back home to you, with you? Okay.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press O to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Oh, look at the painting. I love that.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Believe I'm real. Don't you press B to go back home?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
It's better than my plastic bucket, but I also have a white metal bucket that has that same kind of shine to it. I plan on putting a plant in it.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Oh,
I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so
Sure,
much more than just a regular bucket. Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
Oh my God.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Next time me and my boyfriend are gonna do things, I'm gonna be like, oh yes, bucket, give it to me. See how he responds to that.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it
Close
or
your
I'll...
eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Oh God, narrator went Yandere for the bucket. Oh God.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Look, bucket, I need some space. I need to think. Because I need to go to the red door for the collectible.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the
Don't
correct
pick up
way
the
to the
bucket.
meeting room,
Exactly.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I can't find Joy in the room. Go into that room where you can't take the bucket, yeah.
But eager to get back to business,
That's what I was
Stanley
thinking.
took the first open door on his left.
Because that's where the blue-red doors are, right? And then we had the whole
Stanley was
figurine.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment,
God damn
Stanley.
it.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Well, it's true, I didn't get an achievement for that. Alright, let's go this time to the red.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Okay, let me just...
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Really?
I actually feel happy.
I doubt that. Sorry, we can't have that.
No, wait. Where are you going?
We can't have happiness. It's an illusion. It's fake. Happiness doesn't exist in this world.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, thank God. You live. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
We will always keep doing this.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Oh, yes, that's so sweet. Fine. It's just...
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I just don't like the color green, and the red is making it even worse. Because it's not Christmas yet. You can only make that combination work if it's Christmas.
No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yeah. I want you to suffer even if it means killing me. Oh wow.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
This is...
I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Guess this is my choice.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
That's mildly depressing. Alright.
Stanley,
What?
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
The fact that the thing was there, it just jump scared me. The fact that it wasn't.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Well, we got 7 out of 6.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
I think the boss's office is the one that... Yeah, it was behind here.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Really?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I like the pink room.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god, isn't this the most amazing video you've ever seen? This song is a vibe though. I found it under the stairs. Best boy narrator.
Takes you
Such
back,
a good
doesn't
boy.
it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but
Better
it was
than
8
Ahoy
minutes
Among
I
Us.
wouldn't have spent
Ohio
on anything
Among
else.
Us. Ignore my mispronunciation. The best thing about all of these memories is that I get to discover it with all of you. I don't know if the narrator is aware of your guys' existence, but
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
aren't we missing one? Because we never found one in the pink room. I've never been into the pink room. But the first one is exactly the same. I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused. What are we... So we had the... Oh yeah, one in the warehouse. That's the one that we're forgetting. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter. We're going blue.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
How's the good girl doing today? Oh. Am I a good girl?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
You've always been a good girl to me. Oh? Yeah, but I've been a very naughty girl to the narrator. Also, I just want my bucket back.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
That? Right, you can make me obedient to the voice. I want to be a brat, though.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yes, I love that video.
I was actually hoping you wouldn't have sped it up. We didn't need a Nightcore version of that.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
You would if you must. What if we go this way instead of going away? No, I need to get in here. Okay, I guess that doesn't work.
This was our second Figley, don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh, hey, we're back at the exposition hall. Kind of. Still...
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
I wish I
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I just wish I still had some jumpings left. Alright, let's go back to revisit some more memories that we made literally today. Well, actually, part of it yesterday as well.
The 2 doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It's never going to be the last time, is it?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Let's take the bucket again.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
What have we yet to do with the bucket? We've done the vent, we've done the crazy ending, we've done... We've done obeying everything. Of course there's the surviving the self-destruct. Let's go self-destruct.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. Wait, I forgot. What? Reboot the game entirely?
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Wait, can I...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Really? Not a singular sticker? I would like more stickers, please. Quick question, by the way, yeah? What is it? Is Bun a Discord kitten? The question is, what is a Discord kitten? It's a Discord bun. It's a Discord bunny. I have not yet heard him. Holy shit. I just realized something. That's all I needed to know. Thanks. I just realized something. Every time I ignore my boyfriend for long enough, he sends me a message. He sends me meow. And now I'm questioning, is my boyfriend a Discord kitten? Because he sends me meow on Discord? My entire my entire perception of him has changed now. You just own yourself a Discord kitten? I didn't know! I feel stupid for not realizing it sooner. Oh my god.
Going to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I have my own Discord kitten. I'm happy now. But my mind is still blown.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh no. Oh no, indeed. I'm surprised I...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Well... I'm just as mind blown as you are, because...
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
But you know, one of the things is that he has very little hair for a cat. So it's like a bald cat, hairless cat.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
I like that.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
I don't know if I can find my
controls
birds.
were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley
Parenting
and the
issues.
bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley
It is. It's
was
adorable.
happy.
Look at that duck. What else have we not done?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, that looks adorable.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Alright, let's
And
see
here
if we
it
can
was.
stay
Had
here.
the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
I know
How
you're adorable.
insightful the
Aw,
bucket turned out to be.
thank you. Well, I guess we're just going to wait until, like, in the employee room, because last time I left too soon, I feel like.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
It is such a thrilling.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home.
Are we going
Here
to
in
the
the
back rooms?
employee lounge.
I mean-
Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can
Oh,
even
God.
feel at home.
Stanley Parable is maybe just the back rooms. Who knew? Does look like it a little bit.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Yeah, this is my bucket. I mean, I already went to bed with the bucket, so you know, with the romantic candles lit up in the room. Okay, narrator creeper. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. There was one, but then the narrator wanted to take the bucket away from me because he was jealous. He was obsessed with it. He went all yandere mode for the bucket. And I just couldn't let him have it. It's my bucket. Look, it says property of Stanley. I'm Stanley. Well, see you later, Ness. Alright, have a great day, night, Manslayer. And yeah. Excited for Shining Force tomorrow. But yeah, I wonder how long the narrator. Is there more dialogue, or is this it? The bucket was lucky. You know, I would love to fill this bucket up with some fluids, if you know what I mean. This truly is a sexy bucket. I guess there isn't much left. Let's just leave. Oh my god. You're trying to spray me. Are you trying to get me wet?
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did
God damn
whatever
it.
the bucket asked.
I was supposed to go up. Alright, fine. I guess I'll do this again. I lost track of what I've already been through and whatnot.
No, stop. Look there
Yeah,
on the
okay, so, well.
wall.
You
You
know
see,
what?
there's a sign right there. It says,
There's no escaping
buckets
from the
past this
horny, huh?
point."
I guess
Stanley,
not.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
We can do
I
this again,
suppose That would
maybe.
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
I wonder if.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Bro's talking too much over
Now
a bucket.
then, I'm going to run you through some test
Yeah.
scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough.
At this
right?
point,
This
he
should
said
tell us
bucket
everything
so
we'll ever
much.
need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
The word is
Okay, let's
becoming to
begin.
lose its meaning. Bucket.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item
Your
3.
brain hurts.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
This game tends to do that.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned
This is
that
what
even
happens
this
when
might
you
be too
smoke
much
that
for
green
you.
leaf.
Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
That is true. I think it's a little bit more than just the green leaves, though.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Oh, by the way, you can have these actually wrong. This is just the second time I'm going through this.
Item
so.
6. Is this a bucket?
Oh, I can't remember this one. I believe this one was the trick one, right? So it's like both.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
So last time I said yes, and then turns out we found out that everything is a bucket and nothing is a bucket at the same time. So this time I'm gonna see what happens when I press no.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think?
Is this
Answer me
going
straight,
the same
Stanley.
way?
Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
What do you mean? Bucket's right there. Yes, it's like a big... No. We're not doing this again.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet
Wait,
now
there's
I'm
a guy
adrift.
standing there!
Do any of us know
Ah!
what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I
Who
ever
are
had to deal
you?
with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
That guy is you?
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Here's my question.
This is
Are you a bucket
wonderful
or not?
news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a
You're
game.
a cup?
So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Either way, it
And
means
we'll
I can
know
fill you
that
up.
it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
What? Either way, it means I can fill you up.
All of his co-workers were
Or I
gone.
can get liquid
What
out
could
of
it
you.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, okay, so
Not everyone
now
is so
what
lucky
did I
to have a
actually wanted to
bucket,
do?
But Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. of his lab.
Listening. Wait, yeah, unplug the phone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
That's
but
my
Stanley
plan.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Thought he
There's
was gonna
something up
raise all
there I need
buckets.
you to do.
Now you turned again.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
He remembered that all the bucket, like everything in the game was a bucket, so he accidentally erased everything in the game. So he undid those changes to bring
In
back the
here.
game.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness.
I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Okay,
What
this is
is
good for me.
comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is.
Nice.
With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Yeah, long
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter.
Well-
I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to
That's
return to
dumb.
the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
All right. I actually want to try out this comedic tactic. Okay, DragonNess. I will tell you a story. You will have to correct me because I will wrongly say the number of letters in the alphabet. Like first I will say something, then you say no, it's 26, and then I'll name 5 more letters, and then you're saying like no, you're missing the last one, and then I'll tell you the last one, and that's the punchline of the joke. All right. So first of all, there's 20 letters in the alphabet, isn't there? What? You know, like the video told me to explain the synopsis of the joke, so I gave you the synopsis of how it works. So you're now supposed to correct me by saying no, there's 26 letters in the alphabet. Trying out the video to see if it works. I can't correct you because I can't correct myself. Alright, I'll do it for you. No, there's 26. Oh yeah, I forgot. URAQT. That just makes it 25. Don't worry, you'll get the D later. Oh yeah, and then I'm supposed to finish with DRAGONNESS. I'm Dunny with the funny. Wait, there's 26? Yes? There's 26 letters in the alphabet. Wait, I thought there was 24? And there's 26. Wait, now I have to... Now you... See, this is... I barely passed school. Wait, let me just Google it, because now you have me questioning. But was my joke funny? Did you laugh? I'm too lazy to write a 26-page survey, so I will just ask you. Was I funny? No comment. Okay, that's good enough for me. Alright, let's get back so the narrator can try out this theory. Maybe it's just my problem.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Hydrate.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Also, shouldn't I find a pass somewhere? Here. The narrator is awkward to make friends with. Yeah.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Oh God, no.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Now I'm too confused. Alright, let's try it one more time.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
That's because that's where the original phone was. Like, we first had to disobey, and then the narrator would get upset and then pretend to be the bucket. In the hopes that we would listen to the bucket as well, but then secretly it being a joke, and then
No. You were
Keep trying-
supposed to
oh.
go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery?
yeah.
Pale with shame. Pale with shame?
I think I just don't get the
What's another
joke.
word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
Okay.
We're
Well,
getting
I
away
actually
from
like
making
that
fun
one.
of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
Ha,
I need
take an
more
L.
instructional videos. That's exactly
Guess it's a
what it
rich
is.
people joke.
That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Sorry, Leroy. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Just
Stanley
losing
decided to
prices
go
over
to the
here.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Is it just me or is this different?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What was it again? How did we get through that ending? Oh, I don't think you can go. Yeah, because I need to do that without the bucket then. Trying to remember which path went where again. Is there anything here?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, then we have this again.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
I need
His
to do
boss
another
would think
run
he was
without the
crazy.
bucket.
And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am
Have you
crazy.
already seen this part?
He looked down
I
at
don't
the
know if
bucket
you
in his
have,
arms.
but
Am I crazy?
if you
He asked the
haven't,
bucket.
I'll let the
bucket
narrator
returned his
bullshit
gaze,
himself
but
whilst
said
I go
nothing at
grab
all.
myself something to drink.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and
How many
wisdom
endings
for me
does it have?
in
I
difficult
don't know.
times such as
Count.
these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket? And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious,
And never
he
later.
exclaimed.
Let me
Without
hear
my
you
bucket, I've
shit,
gone
buddy. I'm
truly
back,
mad.
by the way.
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find
Like
the
all of
bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Like all of these endings also have a version without the bucket.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator
Here's my
describing
question. Do you
all of
have
his
a bucket?
actions and how
That's
everything is
Tony.
predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Imagine blackflipping all your way to work with a bucket in your hand. That's impressive. Okay, this time no bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Yeah, okay. Wait, what if I now go through these doors? Hello? Oh no, I trapped myself! Narrator, help me! Stop, narrator, I'm stuck. Don't do this to me!
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
I think I just fucked up.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
We can do this fast.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
Oh, shit.
But in his eagerness
I didn't mean to
prove
walk,
that he is in
goddammit.
control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I forgot that the right mouse click meant walking. God damn it.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was
You know, I thought I could never be tired of a British voice until
but
now.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So I think this is my last run through. After
Stanley
that,
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I will try in other streams to see if I can get more endings.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here.
Well, if this entire
I haven't
part
even finished
again.
building this section of the
But
map.
you know what?
Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Yeah, already the fucking leaderboard. I've seen it. Been there.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
First of all, the button also makes an annoying sound. Second of all, my boyfriend has played this for like 4 hours.
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Creeper, like thump. Okay. You're adorable, by the way. Oh, thank you. No!
Aha!
It's this again.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about,
I know
Stanley?
there's a, like...
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I've already been
Well, it
through
seems
this.
obvious to me
Why?
that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
My boyfriend actually got like one different ending with different games references that I was kind of hoping on. I'm getting. Oh, I don't know what to do for that. I'll guess next time I'll just wait for him to show up and maybe he'll help me, guide me a little bit without spoiling too much.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Come on, run. Run.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No! I wasn't fast enough.
Thank goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
After this, there's one more ending that I have to
you could
do.
get lost here.
That
now,
I know
this is
personally.
game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Give me the ball.
Okay, so what
Ideas dice.
exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Can I find my flag here? Ah, yes.
Are you doing it? Are you
Yes.
winning? Is this fun?
I
is
got
it
it.
better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
It actually is.
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a
that potentially
sportsologist, but if
Netherlands? I don't
one
know.
ball generates a certain amount
No,
of
that's the
raw
French.
adrenal pleasure, then surely
That's sideways.
multiple balls makes for an even more
So it is
euphoric
Dutch.
sports experience.
And that's
I'm
the
going
French,
to try
then.
it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that
This
really
one.
does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Oh, okay.
Stanley,
well,
I'm
I
like a
guess we go
child in a
get the-
confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Hold on. What are you doing?
Bro, what do you mean in Rocket? What are you doing in Rocket League?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come.
Well, now we're kind of in the back rooms, I guess. There's drugs everywhere. Licking the drugs off the carpet. It's the same thing. I'm lost. Narrator Daddy, can you come pick me up again? Oh hey, there's a light.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Alright, there's one more ending, and that's without the bucket, removing the phone cable. Let's do that.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Sometimes
Stanley
I wish
was so bad
the
at following
narrator
directions, it's incredible
had a
he
body
wasn't
so I could
5
lick
years
it.
ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything.
What can I say?
don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices?
British.
What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
I know
For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Dude, stop.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, is it 4:30?
Excellent.
Oh, okay.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, God. I don't think anyone is really well equipped for reality. And I think that's
almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Alright, I guess.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Should I do the left or right? Also, my favorite moment is like when the narrator said, like, "You'll have fun when I say so." Right? Alright.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
No. Right again? Yes. Alright. I guess I really can't do anything here. Oh wow, that looks interesting. Guess we really are in the back rooms.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh shit. Yeah, I could use the headpads right now. This is terrifying.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right again? Yeah, okay, let's go.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm a naughty girl. Oh, he's giving me the silent treatment now, are we? I guess he is. Ah. He's learning.
No! Why did you do that? Oh. Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Yeah, he said all right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Just one more time.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. behave exactly as Stanley would.
All right.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Because the narrator really wants me to be a good girl for once.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No, you're not allowing me to go into the broom closet again?
Coming to a staircase,
Oh,
Stanley
no.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
All my wrong choices are taken away from me. Oh, the boss's office is different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he
That
knew the
must be a
passcode.
bad girl.
He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Bad girl
Night
justice.
Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Je ne parle pas français. Narrator, I think Stanley is mute.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Nani?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I can't.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
I'm
Stanley, please.
disassociating.
I need you to make a choice.
Having an out-of-body
I need
experience.
you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without
Don't be
you.
rude
Do
to
you
our Ness,
understand
who do
me?
you think you're
Whatever
talking
choice you
to?
make is just fine. They're
Thank
both
you
correct.
that you
can't
have
be
my
wrong here.
back.
We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this, Stanley? Are you
This is
there?
kind of sad, though.
Okay.
Even though he may have insulted me, I kind of feel bad for him now.
You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
It's really
That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Oh. Narrator does have a soft spot. That's cute. Alright. I think I'm gonna leave it at here. And I'm going to quit to menu, I guess. The sequel is now paused. And well, oh, DragonNess. Let's find someone to wait. What? Stream over? Yeah, I'm going to go so sleepy. I am very sleepy, so I'm going to bed. Thank you for this. Thank you for the compliments. I'm going to see if there's someone out there that I can raid. Let's see. Who is live at the moment? A lot of people, which makes it hard to choose. How about Icarus Deathbloom? Oh, Bun is. I don't think Bun is live at the moment. Oh, he is! I didn't see them. Alright, let's rate Bun. I don't know why I didn't saw them. Let's go. Well, have fun with everyone's favorite bunny bottom. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next stream. Bye. Alright, I first need to enter and then it's bonus bottom raid. Yes! Let's raid our favorite bottom. Assert our dominance over Bun Knight. Well, I hope you'll have a great time. See ya!